Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So we're pretty much just getting started for the day. I wanted to point out a couple of important things. If you didn't know already, this is the last day of Goblet Week. So we've had different visiting artists coming in every single day, and they're making their own style of goblets. A lot of these ended up being sold during a special event last night, which was an artist reception, wine tasting, goblet sale. We are finishing Goblet Week off with our resident hot shop team. So the people you see on the floor, they work for the museum. And we will see a specific style of goblet made throughout the day. And we'll also have a lecture about this style of goblet, which we see on the front pedestals on either side. Yeah, that lecture is going to take place at 1 p.m. Our MC, Walter Lieberman, is going to be on the floor. He's really well versed when it comes to the history of glass. So that small piece of glass we just finished is the lower half of this goblet, which is basically kind of the foot and the stem. We broke it off and placed it inside of the garage, that large silver box right there, just to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Sometimes we'll make multiple of these in a row and then put multiple goblets together. Sometimes we'll make the whole thing right away, so we'll see what they do next. But we are going to continue to work with clear glass for this project. And welcome to the two who just joined in. I'll give you an introduction as to who we have here and what we have going on. So we are going to be working on a very specific style of goblet today, which we can see on both of our pedestals in the front of the audience. That one's closest to you guys. That's exactly what we're working on. We're making the lower half of the goblet first, kind of the stem and the foot. We set the lower half aside to stay warm, and then we make the top and bring the two together. So goblets are usually assembled in multiple parts this way, especially from what I've seen here at this hot shop. And just to mention again, this is our resident hot shop team on the floor, so they work here for the museum. But we have had visiting artists every day this week for the past 4 days, specifically because this is Goblet Week. So we've been seeing a variety of different styles of goblets. A lot of these ended up being sold yesterday as well during a special event we hosted in the evening. And this is going to be the kind of finishing day of Goblet Week. We'll have a lecture from Walter Lieberman. He's another MC here, and he's really well versed in glass art history. That'll be at 1 p.m. He'll, I think, specifically talk about this style of goblet that we're seeing right now. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I'll give you an introduction as to who we have here, what we have going on, and I should give a little overview of the hot shop itself too. So just to start off, we have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. They work here at the museum, specifically with visiting artists that come through. They make store items. They do all sorts of things on the hot shop floor. And we are seeing them make a specific style of goblet today. This is the last day of Goblet Week. And we actually have some examples on our front pedestals, both sides in the front of the audience. So this is the exact style of goblet that we're making. And this right here that we see at the center bench, this is the lower half of the goblet, kind of the foot where it sits on the table. And whenever we finish one component of the goblet, we set it aside in the garage, this large silver box, to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we finish the next part, and then we can bring them together. And I know 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit sounds really warm, but at that temperature, the glass is still solid. It's not going to melt or move. It's just warm enough to keep it from breaking and hold it at a steady temperature. And meanwhile, we have some other piece of equipment I did want to point out. So in just a moment, Ben is going to take that pipe and he's going to stick it inside of the furnace or the glass furnace. And this is what's holding all of our clear molten glass. It's where we start all of our projects. It's the tank with the closed door in the back. Has a large ceramic crucible in the base of it. And the molten glass in there is sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's kind of the upper end of the temperatures that we're working with in here. And yes, we have 2 of these furnaces on either side of the hot shop. And again, this is all just clear molten glass. We have to add our color through other means after we get the clear glass on our pipe. And we're not going to be seeing any color for this piece in particular. So it looks like we will see kind of a mix of different styles of goblets today. This one, I wish we had an example out of it on the pedestal, but this technique that we're seeing is the start to a goblet that has technically 2 different textures on the bowl by itself. Yeah, actually, they're switching it up. Yeah, not that one. So with this bubble of glass, we blew that out, we let it get a little bit cold, and then we dropped that molten clear glass onto the end. And then very quickly this was heated up and stuffed into a mold on the floor, so now we have all these ridges on the surface of just that hot glass that was added to the end. So when this bubble is blown out further, the top half of the bowl is going to be smooth from the untextured part of the bubble, and then the lower half of the bowl is going to have that ribbed, or I guess rigid texture. And again, this is from a mold called an optic mold. We can actually see these on the floor right in front of where Ben is working, and also a large one right behind him, although we're not going to be using that one quite yet. So again, this bubble that we've blown out at the center bench, this is going to be the bowl to one of our goblets that we're going to see today. And for this particular style, I've noticed we always put a dot of color at the top and the bottom of where we have the stem of the goblet. So I think this is a light gray bit of glass that we brought over and attached to the end. And could I have the image of color bar for a moment, please? I just want to show you guys where this color comes from. It's something called color bar. It's just solid colored glass that we get shipped in from a couple of different places. And we will break sections of this off, we'll heat it up, and then we will be able to apply it to our piece in some sort of way. And this can be kind of an even layer of color within the walls of a piece to get this really smooth color. Or we could use small amounts of it, I guess, to create these dots of color inside of our piece. Thank you. But it's basically the same mixture as the clear glass, just has some metals, minerals, and oxides to get the color. Almost everything in our hot shop is running off of natural gas. Yeah, we just have a nice big natural gas line. So onto that dot of color, they created this small area of the goblet called an avolio. It's basically just a connection point between the bowl and the stem of the goblet. And then we attached a pipe onto that small component we just created and broke it off of its original pipe, broke the bubble off of the original blowpipe. So at this point, this is when we fully open the bowl up and finish off the shape, and then that part of the goblet is done. And this fresh hot bit of clear is just going to add a little decorative stripe or edge around the entire piece. So just to mention a couple of things specifically, we've been using a really important tool throughout the entire process called the jacks, which are those two metal blades that we were just using to open the piece up. You'll notice we use those throughout the whole process. And then again, just to mention, whenever we finish a component of the goblet, we will break it off and set it aside to stay warm in the garage. And I don't know if you guys saw that explanation earlier, but this is just sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in there. It's just going to keep it warm temporarily. And this is a relatively cold temperature for glass. Anything above, though, the glass will start to move and change shape as it sits in there. And I always want to mention, if you guys have questions, feel free to ask away. Whether it's different things you saw in the gallery, you're curious about like a specific color or texture they got, or anything related to glass. I have a ton of information I can share with you guys, including videos and diagrams to help me along with the process. When it comes to safety in the hot shop, I actually get a lot of questions about it, like why don't people wear gloves and why is everyone wearing shorts and stuff like that. But yeah, these guys have been working with glass for a long time. The full-time hot shop team that works here has between 20 and 30 years of experience each, maybe even a little bit above at this point. And so they're very comfortable in the workplace. One thing that you might not notice, but they frequently do, is they'll say things like behind you if they're coming through. It's almost like working in a kitchen or maybe a place like an animal shelter. You just want to be really loud and verbal. And then we also just make sure to wear glasses or safety glasses on the hot shop floor. Any glass that pops, it's just precaution. And other than that, it's not too bad, not terribly dangerous to work in the hot shop. And welcome to those who just joined in. We are working on a variety of goblets today. There is one specific design we'll eventually focus on a little bit more though, and those are the goblets on our front pedestals. This is also part of a lecture that we're going to have by Walter Lieberman at 1 p.m. today. He's going to do a lecture on historical goblets, I think kind of centered around this one here. And yeah, we're going to continue to work on a variety of goblets, just sticking with mostly clear glass. These ones in particular, like we're seeing right now, are going to have small dots of color at the top and the bottom of the stem. And then, of course, if you didn't already know, this is our resident hot shop team. They work here at the museum full-time on the hot shop floor. So here's that dot of color now. Some solid colored glass we bring over and push onto the end of the bowl. And I do think that this is going to be like a light gray. It's a little bit hard to tell sometimes when the glass is at this temperature. But the more it cools down, the better we'll see that color. And right on top of that color, we start applying these bits of clear. And this is creating the connection point between the bowl, which we're making right now, and the stem of the goblet. This connection point is called the avolio. It's a really delicate piece of glass. So we finished basically the lower half of the bowl of the goblet. And in order to open this up and finish it off, we have to flip the orientation of the glass. So we attach another pipe to the bottom. We break the bubble off of that first pipe. And now we should be able to slip inside of that small opening there and then just lift up the wall. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. See a few new people here and there. So I'll just give a quick introduction and hop into explaining the process as they move along. The artists you see on the floor today, they're our resident hot shop teams. They work here at the museum full time. And this is the last day of Goblet Week, an entire week of goblet making. Each day we have a different visiting artist, and then that last day we finish off with our very own team. And a lot of these goblets that we made ended up being sold during an event last night, which was like an artist reception, wine tasting, and goblet sale. And to also finish off Goblet Week, we will have a lecture by Walter Lieberman at 1 p.m. I've been making sure to mention it here and there just so people, if they're interested, could come back and check that out. But he's going to be talking about some historical goblet designs, including this one that you see on the front pedestal, which I have on either side of me actually. Same design. We will see this design made in the hot shop today as well, so you can look forward to that. And once we finish the bowl, we heat up the pipe, that clear glass connecting the piece and the pipe anyways. Cut at that connection, and then we'll break it off and set it aside. And this is going inside of the garage, which a lot of the newcomers haven't seen this yet used, but this is holding the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that sounds really warm, but at this temperature, the glass is still solid. It's just going to stay at a stable temperature without breaking from thermal shock. And in the meantime, we can work on the next bowl, or we can work on the stem of a goblet and start assembling them. Yeah, usually we'll make a few of those in a row, set them aside, and then put them all together one by one in a row. And I know a couple of new people just joined in, so I just want to point out a couple of things. We are going to see a variety of goblets made today by our hot shop team, our resident hot shop team. And this is also going to be made today, these designs on our front pedestals. And this is more of a historical design that'll be talked about during our lecture at 1 p.m. by Walter Lieberman. And of course, if you didn't know already, this is the last day of Goblet Week, which we always have our resident hot shop team finish that week off. And you know, there's one thing I haven't pointed out to you guys yet today. I'll make sure to mention this throughout the day from here, but we will live stream every single time that we are down in the hot shop. So if you've missed any of the previous days, like the last 4 days of Goblet Week, you're curious about who came in and what they made, you can always go to our YouTube channel and pull up old live streams. It's all uploaded there and saved permanently. So you can always check in and see what else we worked on. Also, just to point out, we are getting started on a stem. We started off by blowing a small bubble of glass into a mold on the floor, just to get these little ridges across the surface of the glass. And then we continue to build the stem downward, dropping a solid bit of clear glass onto the end of that ball. So this will create quite a bit of height in our stem. So we've straightened the stem out and we bring over our bit of color again. Just a reminder, this is a dot of color that is applied to the bottom of the stem right here, and then we also did apply it to the end of the bowl earlier, which is basically going to be the top of the stem. So we bring over a fresh, hot bit of clear glass, and this will be flattened into basically a little disc at the base of the stem. And this is giving ourselves a platform to attach the foot of the goblet, which the foot I always find really interesting or impressive when they make it. It's a bubble of glass that is brought over and dropped onto the end of the stem. You'll see this all play out. So Sarah's getting started on the blown foot over on the left bench. So we bring over that bubble. This is dropped down and then cut off. And we still have this completely sealed on the end of our stem. So they have to go in and section this off and open it up and flare it out into a plate-like shape. Luckily, we have a pretty good view of this up on the screen. So using the jacks, those two metal blades, we squeeze a divot into that bubble. We squish a little bit of that air back into the larger remaining section. And then we break off this small remaining section on the end. And we should be left with a small opening at this point that we can go inside of and flare that glass out. So we have a couple of really important steps coming up. We have the stem and the foot finished. So we bring over another pipe and attach this right to the center of the bottom of the foot, which we should be able to see relatively well up on the screen. And then to break the piece away, we just apply a little bit of pressure at the top of the stem and a little bit of torque twisting the pipe, and then it pops off. So at this point, we now have the stem, the foot, we have the bowl of the goblet already made, and that's sitting inside of here just staying warm. So we'll pull that out and we'll be able to attach it to the top and finish everything off in one move. So this is that finishing move. We bring over a small bit of fresh clear glass. Attach that to the top of the stem and then immediately attach the bowl of the goblet over top. And that little bit of clear will essentially act like a glue and hold those pieces together. So at this point, it's just a little bit of straightening up, and then we'll prepare to break it off and put it away, and this would be our first goblet of the day. Yeah, we've been working all day, making all these different components, and now at this point, we're ready to put things together like we are right here. And when we finish these pieces, we'll put them inside of these large boxes on our far walls. Like this one here, this is an annealer, and the annealer sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll just continuously fill it up throughout the day, and then eventually we press a button and it slowly cools down overnight. So now to break this off, we apply some water near the end of the pipe. We'll knock it off onto a heated fork. And let's give them a round of applause for the first goblet of the day. And safely into the annealer that goes. And just to reiterate, we are going to see a variety of designs throughout the day when it comes to these goblets, including these designs on the front pedestal, which are kind of historical, kind of tricky. So we're getting started on another stem for the goblets. And before you guys came in, we made a bunch of bowls for these goblets. So we're just going to start pulling them out one by one and attaching them to the top of these stems. So starting with an optic ball, which is going to be part of the stem, just a small blown ball of glass that we stuffed inside of a mold to give it ridges. And then we'll start building the stem downward, bringing over bits of clear. So this stem in particular is going to be hollow, which I'm sure you could already tell. That was a bubble of glass we brought over and attached. The last one we made was a solid stem, so just switching it up piece by piece. Hey, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. Give just a brief introduction. We have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. So the people you see working on the floor, they work for the museum, and you'll frequently see them when you come in. And we are making a variety of goblets today, which we do have a couple of examples on our front pedestal. These ones are more of a historical design that we'll see later on in the day. And we will actually have a lecture kind of talking about this goblet and its style at lunch, about 1 p.m. We'll have that lecture. And right now we're building the stem of a goblet. We already have the bowl made, so once we have the stem and the foot, we can just put everything together and finish it off. And I always like to emphasize, goblets are the most technically challenging thing you can make out of glass. It's a literal and metaphorical balance of the glass. You have to balance the temperature, you have to balance the pieces on top of each other. But these guys, they have a lot of experience, between 20 and 30 years usually, the people who work here frequently. And after fully flaring the foot open, we now have the foot and the stem completed. And we'll bring over another pipe, like you just saw Trent bring over, and attach this to the center of the bottom of the foot. Looks like it just wasn't quite right, but we'll be bringing another pipe over and attaching that just so that we can break the entire stem off of the pipe that it's on right now. Because that's where we need to attach the bowl, so we need access to that point. So we attached that pipe to the bottom, we broke the stem away, and we are also at the same time preparing the bowl to be brought out, which is sitting inside of this silver box in the front here. That's called the garage, by the way. It keeps the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this last move is really quick. We'll bring over a fresh, hot bit of clear glass, attach it to the top of the stem, and then bring over the bowl and immediately attach that on top while everything is still freshly warm. So this fresh hot bit of clear is going to act like a glue, hold these two pieces together. And we just break away this smaller pipe we used to carry it over, and we are left with a fully assembled goblet. There's still a little bit of touching up. They just want to make sure everything is straightened out, and then they'll break the piece off and put it away. But this is the finished goblet. And to break the glass off of the pipe, we just apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe and then give it a tap. And that was a clean break. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing another goblet. So that was our second piece of the day that we're putting inside of the annealer. And speaking of the annealer, again, this is just going to hold it at a warm temperature, 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and then eventually slowly cool it down overnight. So we won't see it again until tomorrow. And then we just keep on going. Looks like we still have a little bit of time before the lecture at 1 p.m., so I would assume we'll see maybe one more goblet or so, and then again, we will have an artist lecture at 1 p.m. So, welcome to those who joined in more recently. I was just chatting with some people in the front about the reason that we're making these goblets. This is the last day of Goblet Week, which we do once a year in the winter. We are finishing off Goblet Week today with our resident hot shop team, which is working on the floor right now, making a variety of different shapes of goblets. And we also are going to have a lecture at 1 p.m. where we talk about these historical goblets, including the ones that you're seeing on the front pedestal. And we're going to be making some of these throughout the day today as well. I saw them preparing some pieces or components for those goblets earlier. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Might as well give you an update on what we have been working on. So this is our resident hot shop team on the floor today. We are finishing off the last day of Goblet Week, and we will also be having a lecture at 1 p.m. on some historical goblets, which includes this design that we're seeing on the front pedestals on either side of me. And we will see this style made in the hot shop throughout the day, on and off as well. And yeah, goblets are one of the most technically challenging things you can make out of glass, so it's really impressive to watch them make these. They whip them out pretty quick. And we are working with mostly clear glass today. Sometimes we'll see some pops of color. And I'll usually walk through the process with you guys to just kind of explain as they go. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. So let's see. When we finish the individual components, like just the bowl of the goblet or just the foot of the goblet or something, for example, we'll set it aside in here, which is called the garage, and that just keeps it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we continue on the next piece or maybe the next component. And then when we finish the piece, those go inside of the large boxes on our far walls, and those just hold the glass at a warm temperature and then slowly cool it down overnight. So there's a couple of different places you'll see us put the glass throughout the day, and those are the two different jobs that those do. These ones I'm honestly not sure, because during Goblet Week, a lot of the goblets that we make are sold at an event in the evening, which we held last night. So we're not going to be selling these anytime soon, I don't think, but yeah. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I was just telling these guys that we are working on a variety of goblets today, and this is the last day of Goblet Week. This is something we do each year. In the winter, we will have an entire week of goblet making. We'll sell a lot of those goblets. We have like a special artist reception wine tasting night. It's really fun. That was held last night, by the way. So to finish off the week, we have our resident hot shop team on the floor making these goblets, and we will also have a lecture on some goblet history at 1 p.m. So that's coming up pretty soon. So a lot of the glass blowers I've met have all gotten into glass blowing in so many different ways. Some of them found it and kind of randomly took an elective in college and then fell in love with it. Some people kind of get taken under someone's wing and they learn through a mentor. Some people, one person I know, kind of started working, filling up the furnace, and you just kind of work your way up that ladder and learn more and more. So yeah, it really depends. And here in Tacoma, there's a program where kids can start blowing glass as young as 12 years old. And that's what I got started in, Stina got started in, Trent got started in, a lot of people that you'll see that come through here. have been through that program actually. And that one's a really good opportunity. Yeah, it's called Hilltop Artists if you're curious about looking into it. It's specifically a hot shop in a middle school and a high school here in Tacoma. Yeah, so we are working with some pretty high temperatures in here. The equipment that we're getting the molten glass from and that we're heating the glass inside of it sits around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And of course, we're not working with the glass very frequently at that high of a temperature. It's a little bit lower, so it's more of a taffy or a putty texture. But if we were to get it that hot, like when we get it fresh out of the furnace, it's textured a lot like honey. So using the jacks, these two metal blades, we're able to flare this bowl for the goblet open as wide as we want. And then we will torch that glass that's connecting the piece and the pipe, usually till we see a little movement. Cut the connection weaker and then knock it off onto a heated tray. And then this is where we put it into the garage, this silver box right here, to keep it at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. So, interestingly enough, we opened the museum a little bit late today because the boilers weren't working and it was really cold in here. And so, um, technically, we could still blow glass in those temperatures, but it is cold enough and the glass is really thin that we're working with that it could make it more dangerous, might be more likely to pop. And we're using this metal table, for example, to suck heat out of the glass and prevent it from blowing out too much in one direction. But if the table's too cold, we might get rippling. Yeah, there's a ton of thinking that goes into the whole process. Oh yeah, the table doesn't have to be a specific temperature. Yeah, just room temperature. Even like 90 degrees Fahrenheit is much colder than the glass. So we're making another bowl for a different goblet. And this one is one that I find really satisfying. So we've blown a bubble, we've lengthened it, we've tapered it slightly. We'll bring over a fresh bit of molten clear glass and drop it on top. And you'll notice we let that bubble cool down quite a bit, so this fresh gather of clear that we place on top is much hotter in comparison. And this will all be heated up a little bit further and then stuffed inside of a mold that we have on the ground right in front of where Ben is working and heating up the glass. And this is just one of our mini optic molds. It has ridges going from the top to the bottom on the inside. So those ridges will be applied to just that fresh hot glass that was added. And welcome to those who joined in more recently. We are making a bowl for a goblet, which is basically the drinking portion of a goblet. Once we have this made, we'll set it aside, we'll make the stem, and then we'll be able to attach the two together. And this one in particular is interesting, has texture on the lower half of the bowl, and then it's smooth on the upper half of the bowl. And that's why we did this very specific technique where we gathered extra clear glass onto the end and then stuffed it inside of a mold. So again, using these two metal blades called the jacks, we'll use them in the beginning, middle, and end of the process right here. We've used them to create this divot right off the end of the pipe in the bubble. This divot is basically just a weak point that will break the piece off from later on. We'll continue to blow this out further and get closer to the final shape of the bowl. Yeah, that's a good question. I think that those are saved for a later date. Maybe a specific artist that was visiting during the week wanted them set aside so they could use them later on, or maybe there are teams and we just want to continue to make fresh new things and save those for a different day. But yeah, those are totally fine, and they're probably a little bit warm sitting on top of this box. And this is too hot to touch from the outside. Yeah, sometimes you'll see little pieces scattered throughout the hot shop. Like if you look on top of the furnace back here, you could see some little glass horses standing on top of it. So after pretty much finishing the lower half of the bowl, we bring over a solid piece of colored glass on the end of a pipe and just add a little dot of it to the end of the bowl. This is right where we're going to be attaching the stem of the goblet. And a lot of these goblets that we make year after year, we add these little dots of color just at the top and the bottom of the stem. It's a little decorative element. The rest of the glass is clear, so you're easily able to see through the whole thing. Now, after adding that small bit of color, we bring over a couple bits of clear, attach these together, and create something called the avolio. These goblets in particular don't have the same exact shape for that connecting point, but basically the avolio is a connecting point between the bowl and the stem. Really delicate piece of glass. Then we attach another pipe to the end of the avolio. We break it off of its first pipe, and this has flipped the orientation of the piece, so now we can open it up. And this is what's done for a lot of blown pieces of glass, almost everything, cups, bowls, vases. You start by working on the bottom and then flipping the orientation and then working on the top. So that small bit of clear that was brought over, it's just a little decorative bit of glass, little ring that we apply to the piece. And then we can continue to open it up like normal. Starting with the soffietta. The cone will block off the opening to the piece, and then we inflate the glass again by using that mouthpiece on the opposite end. And then once we finish that bowl, for those who haven't seen this piece of equipment yet, this is the garage, and it'll hold the glass at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we move on to the next part of the process. Yeah, thermal shock can happen both ways if we heat up the glass too quickly or if we cool the glass too quickly. So when making goblets, I always say that it's a literal and a metaphorical balance. You're metaphorically balancing the glass because you have to really balance the temperature, and then you are quite literally balancing all the pieces on top of each other as well, straightening everything out and making sure everything is perfect. And these guys, they make it look easy. They have a lot of experience, usually between 20 and 30 years of experience working with glass. Oh, and it looks like we're getting started on a stem right now. So we briefly went into a mold on the floor, an optic mold, which has ridges on the inside of it. We have a pretty good view of this on the screen, those ridges. So we're building the stem from the top down. What's currently attached closest to the pipe is going to be where we're eventually attaching the bowl of the goblet. Yeah, we just brought over a small bubble of clear glass. We're dropping this onto the end of that optic ball. And this is just turning into basically the longer portion of the stem underneath, but it is a hollow portion. And this just depends on what the artists want. They could change up the stem. They can make them shorter, longer, hollow, solid. Oh, and I did want to mention again, I've been making sure to bring this up throughout the day today, but we have a live stream that runs every time that we're down on the hot shop floor. So whatever you see on the screen and whatever you hear me saying is all live streamed. And this is saved permanently on our YouTube channel. So if you go to our YouTube channel, you could see what the artists over the last 4 days have made during the rest of Goblet Week, if you guys are curious and want to see the different styles. And then, of course, for those who just joined in, this is the last day of Goblet Week, which we have each year in the winter. We will have an entire week of goblet making, different visiting artists coming in every day, and we actually end up selling a lot of these goblets during a special artist reception wine tasting event. We held this last night, and we're finishing off Goblet Week with our resident hot shop team, which is on the floor today. And we also will have a lecture at just about 1 p.m. Walt up in the front, Walter Lieberman, he is going to be talking about some historical goblets, including these ones on the front pedestals. We will see these made in the second half of the day, I believe, as well. And then, of course, this dot of color we've added to the top and the bottom of the stem. So this color will be mirrored through the rest of the piece. We still have one more really important component. We have the foot that we still need to create. So onto the bottom of the stem, we've just created a small disc of clear glass. This is basically going to be a platform for us to create the foot off of. And Sarah's getting started on that foot over on the left bench. So this is a blown foot. It's a bubble of glass. So we bring over, drop onto the end of the stem, and cut off. And we still have to open this up into a foot, of course. Right now it's just a sealed bubble. So what we do is we will sit down, we'll section the bubble off, and then we will break an end piece off, which creates a small opening. So using the jacks, we cinch down. And then we break that end section off. And this should leave us with a small opening into the remaining section, which we can go inside and start to flare that open into a plate-like shape. Oh yeah, that glass is really soft at that point. So when we were squeezing that end section, that was actually the artist trying to push some of the air into that bigger section that we wanted to leave. When we completely seal off a bubble of glass, we create a vacuum. And if we heat that up, it'll start to slowly kind of collapse on itself. It's really interesting. So yeah, we squished it, pushed some air in, and it's really soft, kind of like a putty. So once we finish the foot, we'll bring over another pipe. We'll attach that to the center of the bottom of the foot, and then we'll break the entire stem off of the pipe that it's on right now. And then after that, we have everything pretty much ready to go, and we'll be ready to attach the bowl to the top of the stem. So with this final move, we bring over a fresh hot bit of clear glass, attach that to the top of the stem, and then immediately attach the bowl on top, and that fresh bit of clear will essentially act like glue and hold all of these pieces together. So there we have an assembled goblet. Still have to do a little bit of straightening up, and then we'll break it off and put it away for it to cool down overnight. Usually about 12 hours or so of cooling. Yeah, we usually don't open up the annealers or see the pieces until maybe halfway through the next day. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Just a little bit of water near the end of the pipe, tap of the pipe, and then we are done. So now we are going to hear from Walter Lieberman. We're going to hear some history on some different goblet designs, and I'm going to pass the mic off.
Good afternoon, everybody. What a delight to see you all here for Goblet Week. It's been really amazing. And we have a real treat. We have Walter Lieberman. You might know him as one of our MCs, but actually he's our resident historian, we like to call him. My name's Susan. I'm the Curator of Education. And it's my pleasure to introduce Walt for a short talk on unusual goblets today. But before I do that, I want to advertise his upcoming mini lecture series on the history of American glass. So if there's anything you ever wanted to know about American glass from colonial Jamestown through until Dale Chihuly, this is the man to come and listen to. They're informative and wonderful, and they'll be followed in each case by a demo demonstrating a historic technique. So it's really super great. And they start on March 28th. And I can tell you, having heard Walt talk many times on various historical periods, it's really informative. And he also has some pieces on exhibition in the galleries. And you can also see his really fantastic informational drawings as well. So please go in there and check it out. He's a unique person, and it's going to be a unique lecture demo series. So Walter Lieberman has been working in glass for 40 years, and his knowledge of glass serves him well in his role as MC at Museum of Glass, which you have been doing for a long time. Yes. He has worked extensively on his craft since getting his start at the Massachusetts College of Art in Boston. And today he is internationally known glass artist and painter. Walt has taught glassmaking at Pilchuck Glass School, Pratt Fine Arts, and many other schools and colleges around the world. His work has been shown at Traver Gallery in Seattle, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, and the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. Additionally, his work is part of several prestigious museum collections, such as Corning Museum of Glass, the Montreal Museum of Glass, and of course, the Museum of Glass here in Tacoma. He lectures widely on the history of glass and frequently works with the University of Washington. So we're honored to hear your talk today, Walt, on unusual glass.
Thank you, Susan. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Let's see, are we, oh, there we are. Let's see, get up. Whoops, going the wrong way. Are we? There we are. Hi, so today I'm going to be talking about goblets, the history of goblets, and all sorts of interesting variations on goblets. Just as a basis so that you guys know what I'm talking about, we have a little picture up there, and you see the three main parts of a goblet. We talk about the bowl, that's what you drink out of, the stem, that's what holds it up, and the foot, that's what sits on the table. So I'll be making references to the different parts. So I just wanted to show you that slide so we're all on the same page. Okay. Starting from the basic form of goblets, there's an infinite number of variations that you can make. Goblets have always been a fascination for glassblowers for several reasons, just because it's traditional, but also because it's a challenge. Oops. Sorry, I'm getting a little computer mixed up here. Any honest glassblower will tell you that goblets are hard. There's a million things that can go wrong. Everything has to go right to make a nice one. And so especially today's young glassblowers, they look at it as a test of their skills. To make a really nice goblet, that shows you're a really good glassblower. So this is a classical kind of not an unusual goblet, but a usual goblet. This is the Queen Margherita goblet. It's named after Queen Margherita, who is the first queen of Italy. The Italy, as we know it, didn't start till about 1860. It was Milan and Venice and all these kind of city-states, and the United Italy, as we know it today, dates from about 1860. And the first queen of the United Italy was Queen Margherita. And so this is a classic design. I've tried to track down who actually designed it, and I have not been successful. There's a number of factories in Italy that make the same design, but it's considered a classic, and this is one of the things a young glassblower will try to recreate to show his talent, or her talent. So one of the ways that we make goblets interesting is to change stuff in their stem. So the bowl, the part you drink out of, the foot that sits on the table, that stays pretty standard, but where they exercise their artistic innovation, it's usually in the stem. So this is one of the classic, we're talking about 1600. It's a Venetian goblet, and it's called a dragon goblet. And so to make this thing interesting, instead of having just a straight tube, they have this fantasy dragon. And I think we made some of those here during Goblet Week. So the first section of this talk, we're going to talk about innovations in the stem of a goblet. So here's a really fancy one. Again, we're talking 1600. And these people just go to town to make as wild a thing as they can to impress folks. So these kind of goblets are mostly for admiring as art, not so much for drinking. One of the ways that they've innovated goblet forms is to exaggerate them. So these little bubbles and the little discs beneath them, that's a standard element of most goblets. And so this goblet here, instead of having one or two, he's got three of them, and it makes it look more interesting. Here, he's making four of them. So these two goblets, the last two goblets I'm showing you, are not Venetian goblets. They're from Belgium. The Venetians dominated glass blowing from about 1200 to 1600. Glass blowing originated in the Middle East. It was spread by the Roman Empire, and the Venetians really didn't start diving into glass till about 1200. The Venetians were a maritime and mercantile power, and they were also a military contractor. They had a very famous shipyard called the Arsenale, and they acted as a military contractor to the Crusades. And so they get ships and troops to the Middle East, and when they came there, when two cultures meet each other in war, they often rub off on each other, even though they don't intend to. So it's sort of after the Venetians' contact with the Middle East that they really started to go into glass. So prior to that, it was really kind of a Middle Eastern art. So from 1200, 1600, they dominated glass blowing. They were the favorites of the elite of Europe. Everybody had to have a Venetian glass. But they were very expensive. And the rulers of the other countries in Europe soon decided it was easier to buy a Venetian than it was to buy Venetian glass. So they recruited glass blowers from Venice, and they would go typically to the second in charge of a factory who is waiting for the old man to die so they could be the top dog, and say, you don't have to wait for the old man to die. You can come to Belgium, and we'll build you a factory. You'll be the top dog, and you'll get ahead. So that process happened throughout Europe, in Sweden, in England. We actually have the names of the Italian glassblowers that boosted their traditions. So these are from Belgium, even though they look like they should be Venetian. This is an English goblet, and here, this is a cool little twist in the stem. This is pretty unique. And it sort of plays on both Venetian glass, but also English glass. The English have what they call an enamel twist. It's kind of a white ribbon that goes down the center of the stem. And so now, usually it's straight and very formal, but this is from the George Backus and Sons factory, 1854, and somebody decided, let's make a cool little knot in the middle. This is a Swedish goblet by Orrefors. Orrefors was one of the main art glass factories in Sweden, started in the 1700s. And so the stem is hollow, flattened, but twisted, and makes a nice little setting off the goblet. Okay. So this is a goblet. This is the 1960s, Niels Lundberg. And again, it's a play on the Venetian tradition, but exaggerated. All these little additions and handles, are part of the Venetian tradition, but this guy went all out and made this goblet. You can see the drawing on the right. Yeah, I guess it's the same as my thing. The drawing on the right and the finished goblet on the left. And this is 1966. This is also a Swedish goblet, but much older, and it has the monogram of the king in there, and you can see Sweden came late to glass blowing. One Swedish historian wrote that it was too dangerous to give Swedes drinking ware made out of glass because they had the tendency to throw it against the wall and laugh. So it was better to drink out of pine goblets than it was out of glass. So once again, same thing. The Swedish hired some Venetians, and you can see that the elaborate stem in this goblet, that's definitely a Venetian at work. Glass in Venice thrived up until about 1797, and the reason it stopped in 1797 is Napoleon invaded Venice, and he shut down the glass factory, and so the great Venetian tradition kind of ground to a halt. In let's see, get my date here. Oops. In 1857, there was a Venetian lawyer, who was named Antonio Salviati, and he started a company to revive the classical Venetian glass. And so they worked on reviving the whole skills. He set up a glass museum, which is still there in Venice today, and also an art school. So he made his glass blowers go to the art school, so they not only had the glass traditions, but they also had some artistic sense to apply to their work. And once again, these guys were crazy with the fancy stems. So they're real cool to look at. Yeah, obviously something more you put on your shelf than you sit around and drink with your buddies. This is a goblet by Otto Prucher, a member, he was an architect and a member of the Wiener Werkstatt. The Wiener Werkstatt was an Austrian design collective, and they designed glass, metal, wood, and then they had it made elsewhere. So all the Wiener Werkstatt things you see, they were designed in Austria, particularly in Vienna, and they would have been made in the Czech Republic. So this is, I think, Mosier, the Czech glass company that made this. And one of the distinctive things about this guy is they did what's called casing the glass. So there's blue glass over clear glass. And the way they make the design is to grind through the outer coating of the blue glass and expose the clear glass underneath, and then polish up all the areas where they ground. And so that, and you can see on the stem in particular, you can see they cut it on this side and they cut it in the 90 degrees, cut it, and they made that sort of stacked stem. These are also designed by an architect, Oswald Hartdell, an Austrian architect, and in 1924, and super thin. Making stuff like this is incredibly hard, but very formal, and you can see that an architect designed it. This was called the Ambassador series. This is an Art Nouveau piece by Karl Schirping, a German designer, and made by Friedrich Sitzmann, who was a scientific glass blower. So this was lamp work. This was not made the way we make the glass here in the studio. It's made on a table-mounted torch with pre-made rods and tubes. And you might see people at a carnival making little glass animals. That's flame working. So this was made it wasn't cute little animals, but it was made in that same process, technique. And this is, 1897, and this was the Art Nouveau period, where lots of designs were inspired by plants and nature. So you can see this is almost like a flower. So it has like the leaves, the stem has the leaves, and the bowl would sort of be the blossom. Also, Schirping was a printmaker, and you can see on your right. Is that your right? Yeah, that's your right. You can see he made a lovely print of this design. One of the things that maybe you're not familiar with, when you go into a museum and you see a piece of glass on a pedestal and it says René Lalique or Tiffany, neither Lalique nor Tiffany actually made it. The people who get the credit in the museum are the designers, not the makers. So, like Tiffany never made a piece of glass in his life. He would do a drawing of a beautiful stained glass window or a lamp, and he would hand it to glass blowers or stained glass makers. They would make the actual object. So none of these guys I'm showing, well, maybe we'll have one a little later, but most of these are the designers of the work, not the makers. This is Venice, Fratelli Toso, early 1900s, again, Art Nouveau period, inspired by flowers. This was from the Cenedese factory. Now this was probably more considered a dish than a goblet. It's kind of big, and but I included it in my thing because the the concept is based on goblet design. There's a bowl, there's a stem, there's a foot. These are the Corno goblets, designed by Piero Fornasetti, 1954, for the Venini Company. And so they're modeled, there's a number of variations of these, and they're all modeled on musical instruments. So if you think of a horn or a tuba, that's the idea. This is by Guido Balsamo Stella. And this is 1927, 28, working for Pauli and C, an Italian firm. And one of the things that amazes me is this looks fairly modern. If you saw this in an art gallery or in a craft shop, you wouldn't think it was an antique. It really has that modern feel, but it really was, 1927, 1928. These are very unusual. These were from a firm called Bimini in Germany. There was a glass blower by the name of Fritz Lampel, Lampl, and he was a flame worker, just like I said before. And do you see the little animals in the little bubble? Can you see that from where you are? Yeah. So, and the bowls are made with the cane, the stripe technique that we use here all the time, but not in a furnace, made over a torch. Mr. Lampel was Jewish. He got chased out by the Nazis, and then he set up his company again in London, where he continued under the Bimini name. But these are kind of neat, unusual goblets. This one, I'm not really sure about. This is I think it's American. I think it was made by the Morgantown factory in Virginia. It's pressed. This is not blown. It's actually glass poured into a mold, and then a piston comes down and squeezes it till it fills out the mold. But a very unique design. I really haven't been able to definitively figure out what the provenance is, but it's neat, and I've never actually seen anything like it. This is a fun one. It's by the Barovier firm, and it's got a little spring. It's super delicate. This is 1895. It's a fun, and again, it's something where glass blowers are kind of showing off. I can't believe you could actually make that. Yeah. Oh, well, the glass in the spring is stiff. What they do is they take the glass, stretch it out while it's hot and molten, and they wrap it around a metal rod. And then when it hardens, they slide it off, and they have their spring, but the spring is stiff. It's not flexible. Oh, no, no, no. It's fine. No, it doesn't. It doesn't collapse because the spring shape is stiff. They'll make the bowl, the part you drink out of, separately, and then they'll just pull the bowl out and stick it on top. What? Excuse me? Yeah, yeah. I mean, the rod glass that makes that spring, it's not thin enough to be flexible. You couldn't take that thing and press on the top and make it go boing boing. It's hard, but it's, you know, it's showing off. It's cool. The next section will be decoration. So another way of making your goblets unique is to decorate them, not necessarily change the form. This is a portrait of Queen Victoria. This is what's called a sulfide. It's a clay, slip-cast clay inclusion with a clay that's specially made to match the coefficient of expansion of the glass. So you can embed this clay in molten glass and it doesn't crack. And so one of the things that they did with a lot was they made these little portraits. And this is a portrait of Queen Victoria. This is another Wiener Werkstatt by the architect Joseph Hoffman. This is a Renaissance goblet. These are wedding goblets. These would be commissioned on the wedding of some prince or princess. They would have an illustration of a symbolic illustration on one side, and then a portrait of the bride and groom on the other. And so they were commissioned for weddings, and the enameling, the painting on glass is you use a paint that's actually made out of crushed clear glass and metal oxide pigments. You mix it with oil or water, you paint it on the glass when it's cold, and then you put it in a kiln and you fire it like you'd fire a glaze on a piece of pottery. And so one of the ways to make these goblets unique is to paint something cool on them. This is an unusual one. It's also glass enamel, but the lace trim. These are from the Salviati company, the one I mentioned before that was trying to revive glassmaking in Venice. There's an island also in the Venetian lagoon. Most of the glass blowing is on an island called Murano, M-U-R-A-N-O. And there's also an island called Burano, B-U-R-A-N-O, and their specialty is lace making. And so I can only think that maybe the people from Burano influenced this, and we had the beautiful kind of lace decoration, which is all paint. Starting in the 1600s, Venice kind of went out of style. The center of popular glassmaking moved to Central Europe, and the thing that was in fashion was to carve the glass or cut glass. And so they would make everything very thick and carve the decoration into the body. This is U.S. Tiffany. Louis Comfort Tiffany. He called these his floriform vases. Once again, it's probably meant to be a vase, not a goblet, but it kind of looks like a goblet. We have your bowl, you have your stem, and you have your foot. This is a collaborative piece between Guido Balsamo Stella and Franz Pezel. Stella was a Venetian artist, and the engraver Franz Pezel was a Czech artist. And so Stella would design the form, and Pezel would design and execute the engraving. This is a goblet by Tommaso Buzzi for Venini, the Venetian Glass Company. And these are, it's a tour de force of using the canes, the rods of colored glass. You can see the rods go sort of halfway up the bowl, they narrow, and then they come out and spread out and make the foot. and then the foot is cut square. This is, these are extremely difficult to make. On another lecture, we actually made these as part of our demonstrations. Sometimes one goblet is not enough, so you got to make two. These are called trick glasses. You can only drink out of these if you know what the secret is. And somehow there's a hole somewhere, and unless you put your finger over the hole, you can't drink the glass, the wine or whatever just spills out. And there's endless variations of these things known as trick glasses. So this is an interesting form. It's 20th century. I'm not sure who made it, but this four-lobe form for the bowl is pretty novel. This is another interesting one. This is from Renaissance times, and the bubble forms not only the stem, but the foot as well. So that's hollow all the way up to the bowl. And the another form, referred to as a goblet, is the Romer. Romer referencing Rome, and they were made in Central Europe. And this one is neat because it has a map scratched into the bowl. Right? If you look on your right, you can see a close-up. This is what's called diamond point engraving. Diamonds didn't come to Europe till the 1700s, when the sort of British were expanding their empire. We started to have trade with the East, and we actually had diamonds. There were no diamonds in Europe until that time. But diamonds are hard, and you can actually scratch a design into the glass. This is an American glass. It's called the Ramba Rubik series, 1928, made by the Consolidated Glass Company. And they hired a Cubist sculptor to design some glassware. And he designed everything. They have fish bowls, they have lights, they have covered boxes, and they're all in this kind of angular geometric state. You can see them in a lot of museums today. They were an artistic success and a financial failure. So it pleased the art crowd, but the general public was not that pleased. This is a wedding cup by Fritz Heckert, and I believe it's meant to be reversible. You can drink out of either side. You drink, I guess, liqueur out of the small cup and wine out of the big cup. The body of the bride is rendered in metal, and the skirt and the cup are glass. And again, once again, it's enameled. So next couple of slides I'm going to show you are what I call the two-cone design, where there is no stem. It's just a cone for the drinking part and another cone for the foot. And so this is a Czech design, Ludvíka Smirkova. This is another Joseph Hoffman and Wally Wiesenthaler. So Joseph Hoffman designed the glass, and Wally did the painting. These are called the Princess glasses. So once again, cone and cone. By Holmgaard, a Danish firm. There's also some very closely related glasses that you'll see from the American firm Steuben that look almost exactly alike. This is a 1984 Italian by Achille Castiglione. Oh boy, my Italian's failing me today. I don't have any Italian, so. But again, these are meant to be reversible, so you can drink out of one bowl. Usually, I guess the smaller bowl would be for a liqueur, the bigger bowl would be for wine or water, and you can invert them. These are designed by Guido Balsamo Stella for CVM, this Capelline Vetri Murano, and we are going to make these right after the lecture. So each time we have a lecture, we have a demonstration where we make something from the lecture. So you get to see it live. These are contemporary. These are by Fritz Dreisbach, a tribute to Will Rogers, A Rope and Fool. So the stems are supposed to be lassos. Fritz was one of the pioneers of the studio movement. The studio movement is glass from about 1962 till now. It's still going on. And the main thing that identifies studio movement glass is it was done by individual artists in their own studios rather than by a designer in a glass factory. These are spring cups. On the top left-hand corner is the English one cup by the Bagley Company in the 1950s. On the right are cups made out of bed springs by the artist Buster Simpson, who's a local artist here in the Northwest. So those are real, springs out of an old mattress. These are by Dick Marquis, another Northwest artist. He's famous for his glass teapots, and he collaborated with the artist Dante Marioni, who is a very good goblet maker, and they made all these teapot goblets. This is a design by Tapio Vercola, Finnish designer, and they're called filigrana di Tapio. Filigrana is a Venetian technique with stripes, and so this glass is all one bubble entirely. This is a tulipon glass by Niels Landberia for Orforce. This is a very difficult glass to make because that skinny stem. And the way that you make it is you take two bubbles, one pointy, one round, and you jam them together, and then you slowly walk away from each other, and it draws out this skinny stem. This is another glass that we made here at the museum as part of our historical demonstrations. Oh, and just a side note, I contacted a Swedish master by the name of Jan Erik Rietzman and asking him how to make these, and he wasn't very confident in his English, so he wrote the directions in Swedish, and then he put them in Google Translate. And when I got the email, it made absolutely no sense. It was like pulling on the ham bone, and so I wrote him back and I said, just send it to me in Swedish. I'll send it to my Swedish friends, and some actual Swede will translate it for me. And so they did, and so we were able to make these. The handle? Oh, it's the leg. They call it the stem. They call it the leg, and the foot in Swedish, if you translate it literally, is the heel. But we finally got a friend of mine, Swedish friend of mine, translated, and we finally got that going. Just a couple more. Thank you for your patience. This is a contemporary piece by Jason McDonald, who is a graduate of the Hilltop Artist Program here in Tacoma. Here in Tacoma, you can learn glass blowing in the public schools. That's amazing. We take interns from the Hilltop program, just regular, everyday public schools. It starts at Hilltop Heritage, which used to be Jason Lee, and Silas, which used to be Wilson, for the Tacomites who are in the area. And now I'm going to indulge myself just a little bit. These are mine. I had a girlfriend who loved to take a bath and to drink champagne. And she asked me if I could make a glass where she could drink champagne in the bathtub. So it took me about a year to figure out how to make these things float. But it's basically a combination between the two classic champagne glasses, the flute, the narrow conical one, and then the 1920s coupe, which is the kind of really low, shallow champagne glass. And so the coupe part acts as a boat, and the flute keeps the champagne out of the bathwater so it doesn't get warm. We also made some martinis, some floating martinis, and these things are made of glass and they actually do float. This is another piece of mine called Rock Crystal. I was at Pilchuck, and Dale Chihuly asked me and another artist, Robbie Miller, to do a demonstration for James Houston, who is a crystal designer for Steuben. And we decided to make some rock crystal using real rocks, and he was not amused. But we were. This is, again, the goblet form, but tongue-in-cheek by Richard Marquis, Dick Marquis, 1979. I wanted to show you some goblets by a French artist, Mathieu Grodet, but I couldn't find the appropriate picture, but I did find a drawing that I did for him when he was demonstrating in the hot shop. Sometimes when the artists are making stuff, I do a drawing on the floor of the hot shop to show the visitors what they're making. And so I had this drawing. So this wild thing made out of traditional goblet parts is one of his sculptures. These are by Fulvio Bianconi. See? This is another thing which is sort of goblet-like, but not really a goblet. It's in the Museo di Vetro in Murano. These are some glasses designed by Matteo Toon, 1984, for the Sherry Netherlands Hotel in New York. And thank you for your patience. That's it. If anybody has any questions. Has anybody got any questions? Or are you all anxious to get out of here? Sure. There we go. Yeah, Sherry Netherlands is a famous luxury hotel in New York, for those who don't know. Okay, well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Goodbye. When are you guys coming back? Okay, so the crew will be back blowing glass in about 15 minutes, and we're going to make the Guido Bassamo Stella glasses.
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I know a lot of you were here for the lecture just a moment ago, but we are jumping into a project that is very specific, this one. These two goblets that we have on our front pedestals, this is the design that we're going to be working on next. And we have seen these guys practice this design a handful of times over the past couple of weeks or so in preparation for this. This design was briefly talked about during the lecture at 1, and we are adding some color to it this time. So we just picked up a little bit of a pink powdered glass. That's what he was rolling the clear glass inside of in that dish. So we should have a light pink color across the piece. And the way that this works, I'll usually walk through the process. I'll explain the hot shop, and then feel free to ask any questions that you guys have as we go along. So first of all, again, this is our resident hot shop team down on the hot shop floor. You'll see them basically any time that you come in. They help visiting artists. They will make store items, and this is the last day of Goblet Week. We always finish off Goblet Week with our resident team. And the temperatures that we're working with, when we first pick up our glass out of that furnace, it's freshly sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. I know, it's pretty warm. Technically hotter than some lavas, I've heard. So we usually will work with it a little bit colder. It's more of a taffy or putty texture at the moment, rather than that fresh honey texture when it comes out of the furnace. And then we use a variety of tools to shape the glass. One of the most important ones that I always want to highlight are the jacks, which are those two metal blades that he was using in the beginning and right now. And these are used beginning to end. So usually with goblets, I've noticed that they will create the bowl first in this hot shop and then set it aside and create the stem and then attach everything together. But in this goblet's case, what they'll start with is the lower half, which would be like the foot in the stem, and they set that aside and then they create the top half of the goblet. Yeah, so I wanted to mention again the piece that we just finished not too long ago was just the foot of this goblet, and we set it aside to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit inside of the garage, which is that silver box there. And I know a few new people have joined here and there, so I just wanted to mention a couple of things real quick for you guys. That we are working specifically on the design of these goblets right here on our front pedestals. And we are going to be using a light pink color for the glass overall, which we've been picking up at the center bench here over top of our clear glass.
Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Uh, Earlier, we had a lecture on unusual goblets, which I gave. And when each time we have a lecture about the history of glass, we also make something from that period. So these goblets that you see on the pedestals were designed by Guido Balsamo Stella. In 1930, he designed them for a company called Salir, S-A-L-I-R, and if I can remember what that stands for, it's like Studio Art something, and Studio Arts and Labor United, or something Reunite. So it's sort of like art and industry united. That was the basic gist of it. So these were done in the 1930s, and it was typical of Art Deco designs. Every time I look at these things, I think of the Jetsons. I think, what was that? I think these are the kind of cocktail glasses the Jetsons would have drank out of. But they're cool. They're very unique in their design. There's nothing really else I know of like that. And they're hard to make and our super capable Museum of Glass Hot Shop team is making them. And they had no reference to work from other than seeing the goblet itself. So they had to figure the whole thing out, how they were done. So I'm seeing this for the first time. Do you guys have any questions? Anything? Okay. So you notice that one of the glass blowers is sitting to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as the man sitting at the bench shapes it. This arrangement of one person blowing and the other person shaping it is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Here in the Northwest, we work pretty much the way they work in Venice. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest. There's specifically the Pilchuck Glass School, and they began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. And since that time, we work pretty much the way the Venetians work. Not exactly, but pretty much. Yes. Can you, the bubble burst? You'd have to work at it. It won't, you can't do it by accident. You'd have to really want to blow it up. But if you do, it's quite fun. It makes an incredible noise and an incredible mess. Because the glass gets thinner than tissue paper, and it just flies all over the place. So they've forbidden me to do that. It could, but it won't burst by accident. You have to really work at it to make it blow up. What? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, if you want to make the thing pop, you got to really want to make it pop. It's not something you would do by accident. Yes. We get what's called batch. It's kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the raw ingredients in proportion. We get it from a company in North Carolina called Spruce Pine Batch. So they mix all the chemicals. We get it. It's a powder. We get it in 50-pound bags, and we shovel into the furnace, cook it overnight. In the morning, it becomes glass. And this glass that we use is specially formulated for hand blowing. The glass that goes into bottles or windows is formulated to harden very quickly so that a machine can make 1,000 bottles an hour. This glass is formulated to harden slowly so you can shape it by hand. Yes, there's different formulation than the glass that would be in a Coke bottle. So next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. Oh, cool. I think they look better. I mean, I like the clear ones, but they look better with a little color. Yeah, a little color really. Just because you can differentiate the bits in the middle. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. We can recycle our clear waste. We can't recycle our colored waste. The furnaces where we keep our big tanks of molten glass are clear, all clear, so we can't throw red and blue and green in there because that would muck it up. Does that answer your question? So now we're going to transfer it again. And we're going to attach the foot. So this is the bowl. This is the part you drink out of. And we made the foot a little earlier. It's sitting in that silver oven, the garage, staying warm. So when we make stuff in parts, we place the parts in this silver oven with the curved side. It's called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll heat it up a little extra and bring it out and stick the parts together. So we're transferring it to another steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. And this is this one for a moment. We picked it up with a special kind of punty. Usually we just wrap a little glass around the end of the rod and stick it onto the bottom. And this we made is called a dirty punty. And what we do is we put glass around the end of the rod, but we roll the glass in crushed up brick dust. And so when we go up inside a big cone like that, we don't want to hit the side and stick to it. So the outside is covered with the brick dust so it won't stick to anything, and just the little tip is left bare, so that goes up in there and sticks. Because when you have these kind of trumpet-shaped feet, if you go in there, it's hard to manage. So you don't want to stick to the side. You want to go up and only stick it right in the middle. Does that make sense? Yeah. So we're going to add, in order to glue the two parts together, we're not going to use glue, we're going to use molten glass. We call this a glue bit. Every time we bring a little glass to the glass maker, it's called a bit. And because this little dab of molten glass is going to hold the two things together, we call it a glue bit. So we're going to put the tiniest little dab of molten glass on. We'll just wind it on, just the tiniest little bit. And then stick the foot. And so now the goblet is assembled. We'll heat it up a couple of more times, make sure everything's on there nice and straight, and then everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing, and we do it in an oven called the annealer, ER, and it's an electric oven. It's held at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that automatically slowly turns the thing down to room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just put this on the table now and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Woo! Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Trenton Kiocho, Ben Cobb, and Courtney Branham. That isn't easy. These guys are really talented. Bubble longer, but it's also to show off look cool. So that the glass is soft, and the centrifugal force stretches out the bubble.
Okay, and for special effects, right?
Yep, and to keep all the girls.
Yeah, welcome to anyone who's joined in recently. I want to give another reintroduction as to what we have going on, and then I will just kind of walk through the process as they keep going. So we have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. And if you didn't know already, this is the last day of something called Goblet Week, an entire week of goblet making. So we had a different visiting artist in every day starting on Wednesday, and of course it's the last day, so we finish off with our resident team. These guys work here full time. And we have been seeing a variety of goblets made throughout the day. They are able to be as creative with these as they want and just practice a little bit. But we did see one very specific design made as well, just before some of you guys came in, or maybe a lot of you got to see the tail end of this project. But these goblets on the front pedestal, it's more of a historical or unique design than what we would usually see. But now we're moving on to making a bowl for our next goblet. And this one in particular has an interesting design. It's going to have texture on the lower half of the bowl, and then it'll just be smooth, clear glass on the upper half of the bowl. So we created a bubble of glass. We let that cool down a little bit before dropping fresh molten clear glass on top. And because that fresh glass that we just applied is still going to have a lot of residual heat, when we stuff it inside of a mold, the texture of the mold will only be applied to that glass that we just added. So that's how we get kind of a half and half texture, half not textured. So we're going into that mold now, right on the floor. Just a very quick moment. But now we have ridges. Yeah, we're using some tweezers, kind of enunciating those ridges. Oh, and just to talk about the different temperatures that we're working with in here, the upper end of the temperatures that we're seeing are about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the temperature of the glass as it freshly comes out of the furnace, and that's also the temperature of the equipment that we're working with. Although we usually work with the glass, it's a little bit of a lower temperature. Right here, it's more of a taffy or putty texture, not completely molten. Oh yeah, if you guys have any questions, you can feel free to ask away. So I believe the reason the end keeps being cut, it could be a couple of different reasons. Maybe it's because as we heat this up, the end's heating up the fastest, so those ridges are melting away, so we're kind of getting rid of the area that has no texture. It could also be maybe we want it to be a little bit thinner in that area, so we're cutting a little extra glass off. It might be the first reason, more likely. And one extra detail that we've been adding to a lot of the goblets we've been making today is we're bringing over this solid piece of colored glass on the end of a pipe. And we're just adding a little dot of color to where the top and the bottom of the stem are going to be. And then we start adding on these clear bits of glass, creating something called the evolio, which is basically a connection point between the bowl and the stem. It's a really dainty, fragile looking piece of glass. It's crazy how small they make them. And right onto the end of the evolio, we attach another pipe, the little bit of clear glass as a connection point. You could think of this as a second handle. We have to do this for any blown piece of glass. We usually will work on the bottom first, flip the orientation like we've just done here, and then we can work on opening it up and finishing off the top half. Yeah, so to start opening it, we heated up the front half of the glass and we started stretching it out with the tweezers, trimming that glass away. Honestly, this is mostly to thin the walls out and to make sure that you have a nice thin lip. Apparently, it's kind of uncomfortable to have a thicker lip in your mouth. And then we can go ahead and go on the inside and open this up. Again, using the jacks throughout the entire process, which are those two metal blades. And it looks like this one in particular, we're going to be adding a decorative stripe all the way around the side of the bowl. And once we finish our bowl, we knock it off onto a heated tray and place it inside of the garage temporarily, which I think I pointed this out to you guys earlier, but this silver box stays at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a flame in the corner in there to keep everything warm. And this is just warm enough to not break. If it were any hotter, then maybe it would start to get tacky or move again, but this is a happy medium temperature. And usually what we do when making goblets is we'll make multiple bowls. They could be different styles, it could be the same style, just depends on the exact project they're doing. And then we start making the stems one by one and attaching everything together. So we'll see which piece of glass they make next, which shape. So this is really cool. I love it when this happens, but I've never seen this before, so I haven't been able to really describe what's been going on. But what we've done, we've wrapped a couple of rings of clear glass around the side of the bubble. We've pinched the glass just enough that those two lines touch, and then we've gone a step further and we've even cut where the lines touch. So I think we're going to have basically these repeating circles or almost diamonds all the way around the side of the goblet. So yeah, just something I've never seen before. It's really cool. Now we'll be able to continue blowing this out and turning it into its final shape. So we're at that point again where we can start the evolio, which again is the attachment point between the bowl and the stem of the goblet. We'll sandwich that clear glass between the jacks and a wooden paddle at the bottom, forming that disc-like shape. Oh, and I did want to mention something one more time for those who joined in a little bit later. You might not have heard this, but I've been mentioning that we live stream every single day that we're down on the hot shop floor, including right at this moment. So if you guys want to watch from home anytime, you can just tune in. Whatever you see on the screen and hear through the microphone is exactly what you would see at the live stream. And we also save all of them permanently on YouTube as well. So you could look up, for example, again, we had visiting artists every single day since Wednesday. You could go and see all the different goblets that they made over the last 4 days. And we're at that point where we can start opening this up again. I did want to point out, I don't know if I talked about this tool last time, but the cone-shaped tool that we just used for a moment there, it's called the Soffietta. And the cone will block off the opening to the piece just so we can reinflate the glass to a certain extent. This is thinning it out, getting us closer to that shape that we want. And then we can go inside with the jacks and fully flare open. And then we cut at that connection point, knock it off onto our heated tray, and place it in the garage to stay warm. In the meantime, we'll continue to work on other individual pieces of glass like this one. Also, I did want to mention a couple things for anyone who may be interested. We have a couple of different ways for youth to get involved in glass. Here at the museum, we have something called Kids Design Glass. For kids 12 and under, they could submit a design and it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. And we actually end up making 2 of these. One of them goes home with the family and then one of them stays here at the museum to be put on display. And we do this once a month too, so there are many opportunities to have one of those drawings brought to life. But there's also, in my opinion, an even better opportunity locally to Tacoma, we have a hot shop in a middle school and a high school for a program or organization called Hilltop Artists. And they have after school clubs, they have summer programs, so many different things that they do through Hilltop Artists. And kids 12 and up can blow glass for free. It's amazing. That's what I got started in personally, and a few others that you'll see on the hot shop floor throughout the day. So for those who just joined in, I'll share what we're working on real quick. This is the last day of Goblet Week, so we're finishing off the entire week of goblet making with our own resident hot shop team. These guys work here full time. And we are seeing a variety of goblets made. I think that they're able to just take these designs straight from their heads and just put it into the glass. Just having a little bit of fun with the designs. And this is another bowl for a goblet, the drinking portion of the goblet. What we do is we'll usually make, 3 or 4 of these at a time. We'll set them aside to stay warm, and then we make all the stems one by one and attach them together. And we've been seeing them add some of these rings or striping to the bowls, but this one in particular we haven't seen quite yet. We're using a wheel to apply a texture all the way around as soon as that hot glass touches the side of the bowl. So we added just a little pop of color, a small dot of color to basically where the stem is going to be attached later on. And we'll add this same color at the bottom of the stem to kind of tie everything together. And then we start building the ovolio. So we'll bring over a couple of bits of clear glass, attach that right over top of the color. And the ovolio, again, is just the connection point between the bowl and the stem of the goblet. So another really important step, we attached a pipe onto the end of the ovolio, just so that we could break the entire piece off of that blowpipe. And now we will be able to open this up to its full size. Also, if you're wondering what that tapping was, it's probably just a small piece of broken glass that had fallen inside of the bubble. So they're just tapping the wall to cause a vibration so it falls out. And now we have another one of these bowls done. And off into the garage it goes. So the one that we just dipped inside of to get that glass is sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's the glass furnace, so it holds an entire crucible filled with molten glass. The other ones that we're using to reheat the glass, they run up to about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. We're probably keeping them a little bit lower than usual for this week because goblets are so thin and fragile. If they get hot too quickly, then they'll move all over the place. And now that we've made a few bowls, we've moved on to creating some stems for these bowls, and we'll actually see some assembled and fully finished. Yeah, the stems are the fun part. You can put basically anything inside of a stem. This is where a lot of the decoration comes into play. Like, for example, there's one on the table here. I don't want to touch it because I don't know whose it is, but it's gorgeous. And it has a dragon in it, as well as cane, which is the striping in the glass. So we continue to build the stem downward. So what's attached to the pipe is the top of the stem, and that's what's going to be attached to the bowl. And then whatever we build on top or onto the end is closer to the bottom of the stem. So this is just some solid clear glass that we attach. This will be lengthened, maybe shaped a little bit to turn into just this long portion of the stem. So it looks like we just added a little stamp design onto the side of the blown portion of the stem. And we'll add multiple of these all the way around. And then we bring over that bit of color, add just a little pop of color to the bottom of the stem. Which, just as a reminder, we added the same color to the top of the stem as well, or technically to the bottom of the bowl where the stem will be attached. And this bit of clear that we attached and flattened out, basically just creating a platform for ourselves to create the foot for the goblet. And we're preparing that foot over on the left bench right now. So this is a clear bubble of glass that we bring over and drop onto the end of the stem. And then we'll go through the process of opening this bubble up and eventually flaring it out into almost a plate-like shape for our foot. And once we've created the foot, we technically have all of the components that we need for the goblet finished, and we just need to attach everything together. So we're keeping everything nice and warm. We're getting ready to attach a pipe to the center of the bottom of the foot. And at the same time, we're also preparing the bowl, which has been sitting inside of the garage at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We've just picked it up and we're getting ready to bring it out. So first things first, we break the top of the stem away from the pipe. And this is, of course, where we need to attach the bowl. And next, the goblet will be finished in pretty much one move. We attach this bit of clear glass, and then immediately the bowl, and that small bit of fresh clear is going to act like glue and hold those two pieces together. And there we have everything connected. Don't celebrate too early. We still need to break it off the pipe. And then we just straighten things out a little bit before breaking the piece off and putting it away. And to break the piece off, we apply water near the end of the pipe and knock it off onto these heated forks. This heated fork, and then we are done with the piece. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. It's a clean break. And then this goes off into the annealer to slowly cool down, at least overnight. And that means we won't see the piece again until tomorrow. I think that was like the 4th or 5th one we've made today in general, just various shapes of goblets. And then it's on to the next one. I assume we're going to continue to make the stems and assemble the goblets because we have like 3 or 4 of those bowls set aside all ready to go. You know, I wonder if I could just take a peek. Oh, okay. So this one is like a little berry, almost like a raspberry or blackberry. It's got all these like individual little, what do they call them? Like nodules or something? Yeah. It's like a raspberry or blackberry. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So we've been working on goblets today. This is the final day of Goblet Week, which, as it sounds, was an entire week of goblet making starting Wednesday. And we're finishing off Goblet Week. Last day, we have our resident hot shop team blow glass and finish special designs as well, which our special design of the day were the goblets on our front pedestals. Just something a little bit different. And they have a lot of freedom when it comes to the designs of these goblets, so we'll see a variety of different shapes. Yeah, welcome to those who just joined in. I guess I will share a couple of random little tidbits of information because I've been seeing a lot of youth in the crowd so far today. But there's something that the Museum of Glass does called Kids Design Glass, where kids 12 and under can submit a drawing and it has the chance to be turned into a piece here in our hot shop. We do this once a month and we always make 2 of them so one of them can go home with the family. And the artists who work on the floor are actually the ones who go through all the drawings and they choose them each month by hand. They don't just do a raffle system. They also, there's something in Tacoma in general called Hilltop Artists, which is a way for kids 12 and older to blow glass themselves, which is arguably even more exciting, right? So this is something that I went through, something that Stina went through, something that Trent went through. A lot of people that you'll see come through the hot shop here have gone through that program. So we're getting started again up in the front here. Everything starts inside of those tanks. This is where we're getting our fresh, clear molten glass sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a lot like the texture of honey. So we just pick it up on the end of our pipe. If we were to stop turning, it would just drip off. So we're starting on the stem of a goblet because again, we already have made multiple of the bowls and just set them aside to stay warm. So this is specifically a bubble of glass that we stuffed inside of a mold to get these ridges. And this is going to be the very top of the stem. So we just keep building the stem downward. So again, what's attached to the pipe is where we're going to be attaching the bowl. And then anything lower is building towards the foot of the goblet. And we're preparing that next component now over on the left bench. So this is another bubble of clear glass that we're bringing over. And this will be attached and turned into basically this long hollow portion of the stem. And I do want to mention real quick, if anyone has questions, feel free to grab my attention and I'll come right over to answer them. I'll just make sure I keep scanning the crowd. And then that same color that we've been using throughout the day is brought over and we attach just a small dot of it at the base of the stem, which we've also done for the bottom of the bowl. So after creating basically a small platform for us to put the foot, we bring over another bubble of clear glass and drop that right onto the end of the stem. This is blown out slightly before being cut off, and eventually this will be opened all the way up and flared out into our foot. So after flaring the foot open, it's sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. And relatively soon here, we'll see them attach another pipe to the center of the bottom of the foot, and then we'll be able to break the entire stem off of the pipe it's on now. And it looks like we're warming up and getting the bowl of the goblet ready. You can see Sarah inside of the garage. So now we just have one move left. We have to bring over a small bit of clear to act as glue and hold the stem and the bowl together. And this last move is done pretty quickly. So you notice we have people who are standing basically at the ready. They just wait for the cue and then they go ahead and grab that glass. So first that freshly molten clear glass and of course the bowl. And after breaking that pipe away, we have our pieces assembled. From here, it's just a little bit of straightening up, and then they go ahead and get ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. And we'll be breaking this piece off and putting it in the annealer on the left wall. So this box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day. We load pieces inside of it, and then it's programmed to cool really slowly overnight. And this just prevents thermal shock. To break it off, we apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe. And that was a clean break. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing another goblet. Thank you, everyone. And safely inside of the annealer it goes. Yeah, these are satisfying to watch them put together. I'd say they only take maybe 30 to 45 minutes total per goblet, stem and bowl and all. And yeah, for those who joined in more recently, we have been working on goblets all day today, and this is the last day of Goblet Week. So we finish off Goblet Week by having our resident hot shop team make goblets. These guys work here full time. We made a special one that's got a little bit of historical background, and it's very unique, a little bit trickier to make. And then we've also been making just a variety of goblets in general, kind of having fun and entertaining. So we'll continue these goblets. Feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. It looks like Trent's brought out a couple of examples. Some examples of other shapes of goblets that we've been making. Yeah, welcome to everyone who's joined us in the hot shop. We are working on another goblet, which we have a few examples out on our front pedestals. We are just kind of changing up the designs and the shapes of these, having a little bit of fun with them. And the people you see working on the floor, they work here at the museum full time. And they do tons of different things. They'll help visiting artists that come through. They'll make commissioned pieces, store pieces. And specifically, this is the last day of Goblet Week. So we're just kind of finishing off the week, finishing off the goblets. And we do this each year in winter. So this is the bowl of a goblet. We're adding just a little splash of color. So we attached that pipe to the end and broke it off of the first pipe just so that we could get access to the opposite side and also create that opening. And we will be able to go on the inside of the piece and flare it out now. Yeah, this is what we have to do for any blown piece, a bowl, a cup, a vase. We always start from the bottom and then we flip the orientation and then we open up the top. And just in case I've missed anyone, and of course, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in, I wanted to reintroduce quickly that we are making some goblets in the hot shop today. We have some examples on our front pedestals just to show off a variety of different shapes. And this is, of course, the bowl of a goblet. We will usually make a few of these and then set them aside. And then we start making the stems and attaching them one by one. So this is another bowl finished. I think we're getting ready to break this off pretty soon. And we'll set it aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. That just keeps it at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which I know sounds really hot, but the glass is cold at that point and it's completely solid again. The molten glass, we work with up to about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we've just picked up some more clear glass. We roll it on the marver, which is this metal table. It has this thick slab of stainless steel on top, and that actually sucks heat out of the glass. We want to cool certain areas so it doesn't blow out too far in one direction. And welcome into the hot shop to those of you who just joined in. We're working on another goblet, which we have a pretty good view of up on the screen. And this is, I believe, the stem for our next goblet. So you guys are going to see one put together pretty soon. So this was one step that I didn't point out, but we stuffed this glass inside of a mold on the floor, and that mold gave us ridges on the surface of the glass. So this is the very top of the stem. We're going to continue to build it downwards towards the foot. And then for those who just joined in, I was going to point out again, we already have the bowls of the goblets made and set aside. We have multiple of them inside of this silver box staying at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So once we have the stem and the foot, we could just pull the bowl out and attach it on top. So this is just a solid bit of clear glass that we've brought over, and we're dropping onto the end of that ball we blew out. This is just creating a long or solid portion of the stem. So these goblets are usually finished in about like 30 to 45 minutes total for the bowl and the stem and everything being put together. So we've been making them pretty quickly. We get almost a dozen a day, but honestly, we've been making more complicated designs than usual today, so not quite that many. Yeah, there are different kinds of glass. The glass that we work with in the hot shop and a lot of hot shops is a soda lime glass. So soda ash, limestone, silica sand, and it has a little bit of a lower melting point than some glasses. But another glass that I like to bring up as a comparison, because it's pretty different, is a glass called borosilicate. And this is used for scientific glassware commonly, like beakers and pyrex. And they actually use that type of glass for all the insects in the gallery inside of that big case. Yeah, to better explain this, could I have the image of color bar on the screen, please? So we'll see if I can get this to pull up, but there's something called color bar, which is basically these solid bars or pieces of colored glass. And we'll get this shipped in. We don't make the colored glass ourselves. We'll attach it to the end of our pipe and we'll melt it down and either layer it within the walls of a piece to get this really smooth sort of color across the entire piece, or we'll use it in ways like this where we add dots of color, or we can even create these sticks of colored glass called cane to get striping in our pieces. So there's so many different ways we use specifically color bar, and then even on top of that, there's more ways to color the glass. And if anyone wants to see a piece that uses cane, there is a goblet right here on the table. I don't want to touch it because it's so beautiful, but it has a dragon stem in it, and it has striping of red cane. So we're just keeping this glass warm at the center bench, keeping everything straight. And over on the left, we're preparing the foot for our goblet. So this is another bubble of glass that we bring over and we quite literally drop onto the end of the stem. So this bubble of glass was cut off. It's completely sealed off at the moment, so we have to find a way to open it up. And once we have that opening, we could completely flare it out into our foot. So we'll have a good view of this on the screen. They section the bubble off, and then they break that small end section away, and that leaves them with a small opening in the end. So then this foot is sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom, just to completely straighten everything out. And pretty soon here, we'll be bringing over another pipe. We'll attach this to the center of the bottom of the foot, and then we'll be able to bring our bowl over eventually and attach it to the top of the stem. So you'll see all that play out pretty soon, but now that we've finished the foot, we have all of the components we need. We just need to attach things together. So now we bring over that second pipe. We attach this to the center of the bottom of the foot. And then we break the top of the stem away with just a little bit of pressure and a twist of the pipe. So this is the final step. We add on a little bit of molten clear glass fresh from the furnace, and then immediately the bowl over top of that. And that little bit of clear will basically act as glue and hold those pieces together, hence the name glue bit. So now we have our goblet assembled. We just have to get ready to break it off and put it away, make sure everything is straight. And with the tap of the pipe, should pop off onto that heated fork. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. There's another one done. And this is where the glass cools down overnight. Currently, this box is sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's a really slow cooling process, very controlled to prevent thermal shock. And I know some of you guys joined in partway through the process, so I'll mention real quick that we're continuing to work on these goblets for the rest of the day today. I think we might have time to finish one more before the end of the day. This is the last day of Goblet Week, something that we're doing every year in the winter, an entire week of goblet making with different visiting artists every day, and we even end up selling a lot of these goblets near the end of the week. So we had our sale and wine tasting and artist reception last night. And yeah, we're just finishing off Goblet Week by making a bunch more goblets. We are just kind of switching up the styles between each one. Yeah, for anyone who didn't get to see how they got this texturing or patterning, the glass bubble, when they first made it, they blew the bubble, they shaped it into a little bit of a longer tapered shape, and then they stuffed it inside of a mold that just gave it straight ridges from the pipe all the way to the end of the bubble. And then Ben took the shears, which are basically like glass scissors, and he cut some of the ridges. And what happens is wherever he cuts, the ridges are going to touch down on each other. And eventually that creates this interesting sort of, I guess, circular pattern from that cutting. It's just really interesting. So we have this repeating, almost sort of wiggle waggle. I don't know. Words are hard right now. And we've just attached a pipe onto the bottom of the piece, so that way we can start opening up the top and finishing it off. It looks like we're making another goblet or cup over on the right bench as well. And this one's fun too. We used a different mold that we haven't really seen throughout the day called a pineapple mold. Basically these repeating square or diamond shapes that are pushed into the glass. It's what they use for a lot of holiday ornaments, kind of that repeating diamond pattern. Yeah. So the bubble that's being held upward, that is the bowl. And then this bubble that's being brought over and dropped, this is the foot. And they both have that same pattern or texture on them. Meanwhile, at the center bench, we've stretched the glass out just around the opening and we're trimming some of that glass away. This is mostly to thin the glass out more than anything else. And then we'll be able to continue opening it up like normal. And whenever we finish a piece, all we have to do is apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe, give it a tap, and we will be able to carry this over to the annealer to put away and let it cool down overnight. Which, of course, that's a black box over on the far left wall there. One of our mini annealers. And can we have a view of the right bench, please? Nice. So we have just flared that foot open. So we just finished off our second cup, and we popped that into the annealer, and I think that was our last piece of the day, finishing off Goblet Week.